Yes, morning. You check the time, it's 10:25, and we are to continue with the exercise or the assignment, the VB assignment. So I'm getting a hard time knowing which one we are submitting. So what I've planned to do is everything possible, I'll do it. So I've done the previous one, a couple of them. I think I've done this already. Yeah, it's on the YouTube channel. This is done. Yes. This is what I want to do today. And this is the extra. And sorry, I'll be coughing a lot. I'm not well. So I'm giving you possible exceptions in my life. So I have to catch them automatically. I said it. So let's push this boy here first, so that we can see. This is what I was talking about. Sample of the assignment. This one is done already. I've put in it in the channel. This one we've done it. I think this is where we are now. This is what I'm supposed to do. The same books. Is it book or book repair? And I've been saying book. Is it book? I think all my tutorials have been saying book, and it's book. So that had nothing to do with the coding. Let's move on. At the point in time, I got confused. I said book, but this had nothing to do with. But I was stupid. I didn't really look at the word and see that. Oh no, it's not book. It's. What about this? We've done this also. You've done this. It's also in the channel. That's, I think, yeah. That's the same as this. So this is where we are, and it's a whole lot. Okay. Total. And display a message board right below. I give this total for all sales, number of vehicles sold. On the array total page, number of vehicles sold. Okay, so that means after every sale, you have to store it somewhere. Every sale, you have to store it somewhere so you can get the total. You try calculate, we want to go calculate to cut the session that can okay if there have not been any vehicles sold yet, and to catch an exception that may okay. The magic bug for this is it. The exit button click, the button is clicked. Okay, exit application, yes or no. Use if else subject to enforce all business rules. Okay, I get that. Whole discount using the discount rate and the wholesale discount check is checked. Okay, there is discount. Okay, so let's move into that. This is where I go to when I slept. This is something else I was doing, and it's giving terrible errors. So at this point, I slept. That was around 1:30 thereabout. It's around 1:30 thereabout. Once I close fast. Okay, so we launch our Visual Studio. Let's forget about everything written here and let's focus on the form design first. Let's focus on the form design first, and I'm going to make this. Which one did I close? I have to close this. So, yes, boss. Oh, yeah. Now, what I want to do is, I couldn't submit the first one, so I want to do everything as one. Yeah, so like when I submit that one, then everything is in it. So I'll not do this one as a separate project. I'll open, I think it's this. No, they are all one form. So what I will do is this, I'll add this to the previous application after. So instead of creating a new project altogether, I'm going to add this. So when I submit the final assignment, then that means all the previous ones will be in it, because there the time is due. You can't submit again in the virtual classroom. So I think this is what we did the other time. Yeah, let's give it a try and see how it works. Let's have this city is zip code is IL. This I have this is not a wholesale. Testing my 1, 2, 3. Price is 900. Then the weight is 23. Quantity we need is less than 45. Wow. Zip code must be at least 5. So okay, so this is the cost, tax due and other things. No shipping costs. Let's see for NY. Okay, there's a shipping cost of 5. If the person is a wholesale, no shipping cost. So this is what we have for the first project. So what I'm saying is, instead of creating another project altogether, I'm going to add this to this particular project as another form. So the lecturer will have one project, so when he opens it, then all the other projects are in it. That is what I want to do. So let's go to the UI. This is for the spare parts. That means you're going to create another form that will handle this automotive sales. So here let's add another item. Where do we go? I think it's this, so let's call it automotive sales. Automotive sales. So yes, okay, let's and like I always do, if you take this to paint, and you want to see the skeleton, it's this way. This is the whole show. There is a section here, there's a section here, there's a section here, and there is a section here, and then there is another section here. So this is how we are going to design the form. In other words, if you have something like this, you realize straight away is split into this, the top and the bottom. Then you can see this is also, now before that there is this also here. So the lower part is for the buttons. Now the middle part is also split into left and right, something like this, and the left part is also, the right part is also split into two. So this is how the design should be. Of course, this part is out. That is for the close, minimize, and other things. So if you want to see the skeleton, if you cut this one away, you cut this away, you cut this away, you cut this away, and then you cut this away, and this two goes off. So you see, this is how the design is supposed to be. So let's get into that. It's more of this way, and then here is a little bit longer. Let me see if I can take up the scrap, so something like this. Okay, it's somehow longer. This is fine. That's it. So we've gotten the form size. Now let's start the splitting. And from earlier tutorials, what we've been using is the panel. So we go to tools, we search for panel. The initial split is one is up, one is down, ignoring this part. That is for the title. If I did flow layout, always follow me. So this should be for the top side. This is it. Okay, then we need another one for the bottom. Another one for the bottom. So ideally, if this had been a website, the top will have been the header, then this will have been the footer, then the middle will have been the body. So the body is also split into left and right. So we still need panel for, let's get panel for the body first. So this is it, and then we will have right. So set this size, this is right. So then we'll have for the left also. So the left will take everything, and that's it. We are done for the design. So let's run and see how it looks. No, we need to change the startup form so that this current one will show. Yes, automotive sales. So this is it. And from earlier videos, I said this thing you use for the panel you use for the splitting, you will not be seeing them. If you want to see, maybe you can bring the border style to, let's say, fix, and then fix, or you can choose 3D. Okay, in this case you can see the split. Now the advantage you get using the panel, I've said it in other videos. For example, this is the form, right? Clear off. This is the form. Now if I have my controls here, there are some controls here, there are some controls here. Mostly when you maximize, then you see the form structure will spoil. You'll have seen, let's say there were buttons here and then you maximize. The button can be hanging somewhere here. But if you put them in a panel, then they resize with the panel. So let's say, for example, if let's say here were some controls, here were some controls, here were some controls, and then let's say here was a grid view. Let's see it practically. Something like let's see, here was a grid. Something like this, like for rows items you want to display. Now this is it. In its restore state, this is how it looks. Now I told you I'll be coughing a lot. I'm not well. Okay. That's cool. They are cooking my head. So just hope they will finish on time. They are cooking your head, but okay. Let them add salt. Let them add salt. And remember to serve me. I'm hungry. I'm hungry, and I'm hungry and thirsty. And coughing. How do I even spell cough? Coughing. Yes. She tells me she's cooking her head. I guess she's at a salon and they put their head in that thing. So if it's cooking, then I also eat. Yeah, of course, if you can cook your head, then that means I can eat it. You just rush now. uh, like this man. Uh, It's called Mullah Nasiruddin. Very, very, very. He's a philosopher who is seen as idiot. It's like his sayings, you really have to sleep, wake up before you understand them. There was a time he went to borrow a cooking pot from a friend to cook. So after cooking, the cooking pot, let's say sizable one, of course, big. Then he designed a small cooking pot, a small one, and attach it to the big one. Let's say it's yours, he came for, he got visitors, he needs to cook large, so he came for your pot. Now this is history. So he came for the pot after cooking, he designed a small one and attached it to the big one he came for. And then brought it back to you. You took hold of it and Mullah, what is this small pot? And then Mullah said, oh, the big pot I came for has given birth, so it's yours and I can't take it, so that's it. I said, wow, thank you so much. I appreciate your honesty. These are the type of people we need in the world. Just kind of like pour praises of Mullah, and Mullah went. So another instance, like let's say a year or two later, Mullah came back to the man again. Can I please get your pot, your mother pot to go and cook? And the guy, definitely you can't deny, a pot you will send, and then like a guy you send your pot to and it can give birth. So Alhamdulillah, the camphor, he went in, washed it nicely, packaged it, and then gave to Mullah. So after the whole show, it's a week later, Mullah came back to the man without anything, and the man asked him, Mullah, where is my pot? And the Mullah told the man, oh, it died 3 days ago, so I buried it. I'm just from the 3 days prayer, the Adua. I said, no, you are the owner, so it's fair. I come to tell you that your pot is dead. The man looked at Mullah and said, you idiot, how come a pot die? And Mullah said, well, that is how nature is. Every soul will taste death. So every soul that can give birth will definitely taste death. And that was what Mullah told. So that is it. If you believe the pot can give birth, then you have no reason to deny that the pot can die. So if you can test me, you are cooking your head, yeah, then I can test you back, I can eat it. So let's continue. That's by the way. So what I'm saying is, if this is the design, let's assume I have it this way. Now, when you maximize, you see the grid has taken the larger part of the screen, pushing your controls, those for the left to the left side, those to the up side, and then those at the bottom to the bottom. So it doesn't spoil the design. That is it. That is it. But because these ones are just buttons we are putting on, you might not see the effect. But when you have those grade in it and you want your form to be maximized, then it's good to put them in panels. So let's see what we have. Okay, what is left is to split this part into two. So in that case, we need another panel, or we can, do we have it? This is panel. That should go up. We are splitting this, I think, into two exactly, so it can either go up or down. That's the first one. This takes half. Then the second one takes the other half, so we make it full. So that's it. But we don't need those lines around it. We don't want to see the divisions. They should be transparent. We don't want to see the form is divided this way. So let's go back and reverse these things. So this is what we want. Okay, so this is what we bargained for. You know, there is a panel we show the borderline before we put two other panels on it. So to get that one, we have to cut this one off. We can get access to this, and then we change this to this before we bring this back again. So that is it. Fine. So here's what we have. And then what is next? Now let's see the starting position. You know, it's somewhere at the upper left of the screen. We don't want it that way. It should be at the center, and this is what controls it. This is what controls it. In the previous tutorials, I made mention that all these settings here, that you just pick a drop down and then make. You can do it at the code side. For example, let's see the effect of the startup. You see now it's starting at the center. This is what we want to achieve. So in that same code can be done. Let's undo this. Windows default location or the previous one. Okay, so now it can start different places. So that same thing we can achieve it using code. So like I think it's startup position, which is called startup the center screen. So that's the same thing. Hey, no, not center period. So and center screen. I'm surprised this isn't working. use default bound. Okay. Yeah. Use the default one. Anyway, I don't know what is happening. Yeah, but the thing is, all the properties here that you click and set, you can set them at the code side. I don't know why this isn't working. Form load event. Anyway, let's move on. This can take our time. So now we've gotten the big sections. So let's start. There's group box here, group box here, group box, group box. So so we have group box 1, 2, there's one here, there is one here. So we are going to maximize all of them. This, and then this. So this is used automotive information, and we change the text motive information. The second one is exterior extras. What English is that? Exterior extras. Exterior extras, yes. Accessory extras, okay. How do I spell accessories? So I hope it's right. ACCESS accessory extras. That is the extract. And then we have sales information. That's it. So yeah. We have that. Let's use this for center screen. So this is what we have. Now the button section, I prefer putting using binding navigator. It arranged them for me the way I want. So group box, so here I'll search for binding navigator and then I'll put it here. So I don't need this great thing, so it should be visible. I don't need these ones. So creating my button and then calling it compute. And I'm changing, calling it compute, and I want to see the text, not just the image. I want to see the text also, so that's it. The second one is reset. So another button I'm going to call reset. I'm going to call reset, and then I'll change the image also. Do I have this? I add reset. Let's see if we can get some nice image for that. When I come here, I have some icons here. Reset. So this can do a good word for reset. Or do I have reset already? So let me rename this as reset. So this will be a reset button. So like recycle, something like that. Now you want to change, you want to see both image and a text. So that's it. Then total, another button. Let's see if we can get an icon for total. An icon for total. An icon for total. Okay, I think we can use this. It's not bad. Okay, now that is also another. Let me use this. So I'm going to call this button. No, this will be white. It will not be that visible. Let's call this totals, adding S to differentiate it from the first one. This design is entirely up to you, so you can choose whichever icon. You can download the icons, whichever one. So I'll say totals, because of S there, and the final one is exit. So we have and I'll change the to this. That should be this. No, exit. This is like, so I can have something like exit. Let's hope it's not that big. Okay, that's fine. So end application. No, exit. Because you can close it and the other side of the application will be working. So let's see what we have so far. So you can see automatically those buttons are below because I use the binding and they are arranged nicely. So this is. Let me put some formalities. So this will come here. Okay, 2. So we have 2 here, 2 here. There's these 2 here. And then there is 2 here that should go here. This should come here. Okay, so you get that 2 vertical lines. Yes, it's for design, but you are also achieving something here. It's not making this button get too close to this. So like in clicking this, you can mistakenly click this. So it's kind of giving some spacing to the 2 controls. So that's it. We've gotten this, which is this. So now let's start putting the controls on it. I will have lot number, year, and then a vehicle model. Lot number, year, vehicle model. So that will be text. First text box, second text box, third text box. So now let me get the size I want first. Then we also need label. So press Control, you can drag, and then you have several of them. So this is it. Have this, have this. So this one is the lot number. Have the lot number. We have a year. Let's add manufacturer year, and then we'll have model. The vehicle model. So this is what we have. That's it. So or we can, I think, look at it this way. His design. This. Then this will come close, and this will have the model. I think we can close it a bit. Panel 7. So search for panel 7. Blue. So then cut this. Can push this here. Push panel 7. So we have this. I mean, this can close up. Yeah, I'm good to go. So that's it. Good. Let me do this. Instead of the Windows default group box, I'm going to use this. This adds some kind of flavor to it. Dock. So I'll have I hope that was the word there. Yeah, so this gives some kind of flavor. Or if you want, you can choose office style. Then you'll have something like this. So I'll change this one also to this. And then what was the word there? Sales information. So and then I'll dock it. I'll choose office style and I'll dock it. So I feel like this gives some kind of flavor to the form than the raw Windows tools available. So goodbye. And then this one will be exterior. Extra. This is it. I hope the spelling is right. And then we dock it. I'll not use Windows form style, Office form style. This is accessory extra. Accessory extra. So this will also be These are controls from Telerik. There's a company, Telerik. They build like controls for Visual Studio, the Visual Studio ID. So this has given us some flavor in. Yes, so had it not been the panels, this wouldn't have been expanded this way. So that is the good side what we've gotten. So what I want to do is they have a form too, the Telerik. So I want to inherit their form. I want to override this. So let's inherit that one. Come somewhere here. Is it component? Here. So you take this one off, and then you inherit the Telerik dot, I think Windows dot UI dot rat form. Yeah, so no, now you are using their form, not Windows form. And I think that puts some little flavor in what we've done. So they also have some things you can use for your form if you don't want this color. There is this blue, black is there, and there's silver. In all cases, there's 2007 Office Silver color, and then 2010 Office Silver color. So when you put those controls on the form, any of this, you don't need this many. I just want us to test them and see. So you go to the properties, you click on the form, you see additional. This will come. Previously, this property will not be there, but when you inherit the form and put this one, then you get it. So the themes you've put in, you can try any of them. Use the default. That's what we have. Nothing is changing. If you choose blue, this is how it will look. If you choose black, this is how it will look. If you choose silver, this is how it will look. And 2010 silver, this is how it will look. And I've always settled on the blue. So this is it. We get this finally. Right when we launch it, this is where we'll be typing. So let's give that one the focus. From here we go to this, so I'll make that one 1. That's the tab order, and then here will be 2. Good. So that's it. So now let's come to the exterior extra. What do we have there? None, paint, and then undercoat, and then both. So they are radio buttons. So let's pull those ones. Radio button. 2, 3, 4. We need 4 of them. And the first one is none. Of course, person doesn't need anything. The second one is paint touch up. Paint touch up. The third one is undercoat. Undercoat, but it's one word. Undercoat is one word. So then the last one is both. That means the person days and days. Okay. Then the accessories. That one is checkbox. So we search for checkbox. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. Arrange yourself, idiot. So we have it this way. The first one is new ties. How do you spell ties? Tires, new tires. Then we have new HD radio. New HD radio. Then we have built-in GPS. Built-in GPS. Then we have new floor mats. New floor mats. So that's it. Okay, there's this wholesale dealer account. Let's put it somewhere down here. So you need one of this here, and that is wholesale dealer account. So wholesale dealer account. Now the sales information: price, discount, extra. So text box, we have the first one. We need a label here also. So there's price, another one, discount, what, price, discount. So this will be discount, and this will be extra. And this will be subtotal. And then sales tax. Then trade in, and then total due. So we need 2 more. Trade in, that is trade in means. And then total due. Total due. The D is small. Okay, so now the price, the second one is discount, so we don't need this. We have price here. Second one is discount, third is extra, then subtotal, sales, trading, and then the total due. So what is next is to just arrange them the way you like. So just make sure they are in order. Everything is arranged. So that's it. I feel we can reduce the size of the form. So we are getting too much extra spaces. Okay, so first of all, let's pull this down a bit. So it should come down. This should be somewhere here. Let's see. Okay, so there's a bit of separation, and that's fine. Let's see the spacing. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So let's see this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Still there are. Okay, so we come here. You here. You here. So this is here and this is here. I want to maintain the size of the form, so I'm doing everything possible to accommodate it. You guys should shoot here a bit. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't. So remain here. Now I think we can space these ones too. Can't we get somewhere to click and everything will be rearranged? New format. Yes, align. Horizontal spacing. Make equal. Hey, around. Format. This is vertical, so make equal. Okay. So you can still space it a bit. 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Size, okay. This is what we can do. Better still, let's say we can expand this a bit. And I think it's okay. Now, one thing we want to achieve is all this one. When you type in them, it should start from the right. You know, it's numbers, so from this side to this side. And that is the test alignment. You want it from right. Or let's see how that behaves. See, we don't want it this way. It should start from here. we want it from this side because numbers. So to do that, I'm highlighting everything and then changing them at a go, shifting all to right. Because they all have the same property, that's why I was able to highlight all of them and then applying that property to them. So this is what we want. So now the next stage is to name all the controls that we use in the code. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. All these we have to name them. They have names already. We have to give them names that we can use in our code. So starting from here, I'm going to call this lot number, and then this will be tests txt. What am I typing? No, come on. Manufacture year. Manufacture year. Then vehicle model. Text vehicle model. Let's name this is dealer account. Is dealer, that will be true or false logic. So price, we have price, we have discount, text discount, we have extra. I'm beginning them with the type of control. So you realize all these ones are text boxes. That's why I begin with txt. So text extra, and then text subtotal. I have text sales, and then sales tax. Yeah, sales tax. So I can just make it tax. And then trade in. Don't know what that means. Text trade in. Total due. Just total due. And then this is radio button. So I'm beginning with RBTN, and this is none. This is touch up, paint touch up. So RBTN, and I'll have a paint touch up, and then the same button. This one is the code, and then this is RBTN, and then both. This is a checkbox, the same as this. So I'm going to begin with CHK. Then what will this one be doing? That will be new ties, HD radio. This is not how radio is spelled. So radio, so new ties, new radio, new HD radio, GPS. Check GPS. Let me even make it simple this way. And then tires. Floor mats. I'm using Pascal casing, so like every word will begin with a capital letter. Every word will begin with a capital letter. So That's it. Now the buttons, this will do the computation for us. So for button, I'm beginning with BTN. So compute. Then we have a button to reset. Then we have a total to calculate total for us. BTN total. What did I write here? Button. Okay, that's fine. And this is what will end the application. Button end. Now, because of how I want to merge the assignments, this button will not close the application. It will close this particular form, not the entire application. Like I said earlier, it's already past that deadline, so I'm fusing all the assignments into one. So there will be a button that will close the entire applications. But on each form, there will be a button that will close that particular form, not the entire application. So let's see where we are. Nothing is changing. We just gave them names that we can use at the code section. So I think we've lost this feature. What that means is one of these controls have taken 0. No, we don't want it that way. So this is 2, this should be 3. And then this should be 4. That's the tab index. This should be 5. This should be 6. This should be 7. It's just in order. This should be 8. And then this should be 9. And finally this should be 10. When you look at your 4, like which one is the user likely to type next? So you help him by pushing the tab button there, so that instead of the person holding the mouse, for example, if I'm here, when I'm done typing, I'll have to hold the mouse, come to next, and then type again, go to next, type again. But when you set the tab order, I'll just type, then press the tab, then that will go to next, press next, that way. So I don't have to be switching between my mouse and then my keyboard. So that's it. Okay, so let's make this check by default. So I'll create a procedure here, and then let's say I'm calling it form setting. So you do button, this should be checked automatically. Checked is true. So right when the form starts, I want to see that one checked. So I'm bringing it here. I'm making a start procedure for it. And then I'm calling that start procedure the form load event. So that's it, it's checked automatically. You know, the one I said earlier, now instead of this code, I can click on it and do it at the settings here. Checked this one, then I'll set it to true. Now assuming this is totally off, you see, it should still be checked because the settings here, like I said earlier, you can do it at the code side. I don't know why the startup form didn't obey that rule. Maybe I'm getting something wrong, I don't know. So nothing is checked, but we want the none to be checked automatically, so this is it. The advantage you get with the procedure is it's possible. For example, definitely I'll have a procedure to clear all the controls. So I'll say clear controls, and I want that code to activate when the form starts or when I want to reset, like possible different places I want to run that code. So if I put that code directly under the load event, that means I have to repeat that same code under the reset button, and that same code in every possible places I want to use it. But if I make it a procedure, then under the form load event, there will only be one line of code there, here, and under the reset button too, there will just be one line of code instead of that whole code that will clear the controls on the form. So that is the purpose of that procedure. So let's see the assignment again. One thing is, shortcuts. If the person is not having a mouse, we have to link some keys, like some characters to particular controls. For example, if the person wants to type price, instead of holding the mouse and then clicking the price text box, the person can click on Alt and then let's say P, shortcut key Alt and then P. So let's do those settings too. So price is P. Where is the word? The text property. Now we in this. So price is P. And to do that, use the ampersand key. The ampersand. It should be behind the character you want to use as a shortcut. For example, if I want to use this last E as a shortcut, then my ampersand will be behind this. Then you see the E will be underlined. So that is it. It should be behind the character you want to use. Discount. Okay, discount, we are not typing anything in discount. Okay, so aside the price and the trade in, the other places the user cannot enter anything. So let's disable those ones. I think this, and this. They are read only. The user cannot type anything there. They are read only. So their tab stop, I'm setting it to false. The tab order we set, it shouldn't affect these ones. They shouldn't work here. On read only, I'm setting it to false. So that means you can't type in them. They are only used to display information, not to accept user input. Okay, we don't even need the cursor there. So let's go and set another property here. I think enable, that should be false. So the user cannot even click inside. You can click but nothing will show. It's frozen, something like this. This is what I want to get. So right from here, you see it jump to, when I click here and I press the tab, it jump all those disabled controls. So that is it. That is it. So this is it. Are we happy when the form is like this? Alternatively, we can maintain it this way, preventing the user from maximizing it. So let's block the maximize button. So when I come here to, I'll have I think it's me maximize button is got false. Should be false. Okay. Okay, so that is blocked, but the user can have other ways of fooling around with the form. So let's add one more thing. I think that's form border style. Form border style is got to fix dialog. I think fix that. No, fix dialog. That means you can't resize the form. So in that case it will not work. This one is blocked, and you can't hold the edges of the form and pull to resize the form also. We always want it to be like this. We are hiding our bad design, so because if the user expand it, the form will look horrible. What have I pressed? So I think the design, okay, the, how do you call it, the shortcut key for the buttons also, that should be the last thing to do. Compute, that should be C. So right behind the C, we are putting the, and the reset R. So right behind the R, the total is T. So right before the T, and then the exit. That should be okay. Let's use the exit so that we can use it before the X. So what happened here? Okay, so far so good, or so far so normal. So let's put it that way. What is the form? I like that too. Okay, so this is not exactly, but we've come close. Okay, here is book repair path and use automotive sales. So let's rename that part. We are renaming our part to this is what I always get wrong. It's not book, it's book. Automotive. Right from tutorial 1 I've been saying book. It's not book, it's book. I just realized. So that will be here. Book repair pass. That is purchase. And use automatic sales. So that's it. Gradually transfer the skeleton to we've gotten some meat around the skeleton, let's say that way. So this one, what it means is, if you use checkbox, what you mean is the user can have more than one option. So I can check this, but if you use radio button, that means the user can only have one option. So that's the difference. And ideally, if you have more than, let's say, 3 items, for user convenience, it will be good to use combo box. I think even 4 is manageable with radio button, but when your radio buttons are getting long, then you know it's time to use combo box. Things like gender, male, female, yes or no, are you 18? Those ones you can use radio button. No, true or false, you have to use checkbox. True or false, so that user can tick and then untick. So something like that. But like things that have 2 or 3 states, male, female. Sorry, I'm in Africa. So if you are in US watching, I say gender can have only 2 states. Don't have problem with me. This is Africa. We still have 2 states. There's nothing like transgender. So we have only male and female. So, or if they are there, we don't know them. So it can't be forced to change our ways. So next is to start the actual coding. What I've been doing is to design the form, get a shortcut, and then naming the controls in a way that will be easy for us at the code section. So let's now move to the code and let's see what the lecturer is saying. That the applicant will enter the lot number, the year, and the model. Now the price in shaded text box. I want to see where logic starts. Okay, the building. No. Program events. This option strict. What? Now we should set this one on. So let's just go on it straight away. Option strict. Where do we even put it? Okay, that should be the first thing. So you just have to pull everything down and then push that one up. So that is covered. This is on, so we are done with that. Add remarks to the program as required. So that's it. Definitely we add at the code section. We'll add. So no. Let's move on. So validation to enforce the business rules listed below. Rule 1. The lot number cannot be blank. Yes. The text box cannot be blank. Definitely. Module cannot be blank. The price must contain a numeric value that is greater than 0. Then the trade must contain a numeric value that is greater than 0. What we are, let's see those checks quickly. It makes sense. This one cannot be empty. The user must type something. This place is for price, so you can type something like A, B, or C, or less than. It must be a number. So here to the same thing, it must be a number. So now let's move on. What we have to do first is let's get variables that we'll be working with. So all possible things the user can type. 1, we don't need this. The user will type something here, type something here, type something here. Then this. Here the user can only check 1. So you can have one variable for it, but here you can check more than one. So you can have different variables for that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1 here, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That means we need roughly about 11 variables, and it's possible those variables will use it in different events. So we are not declaring them in any specific event. We are declaring it at the form level. So let's call it form level variables. The first one we need is lot number, manufacturer year, and then vehicle model. So I can make it private. Lot number as that should be string, and then private, and then I'll have manufacturer. Let me shortcut this as year, as that should go. Let's make that integer. Now how is it integer? think it's integer, and then private as. The next one is module. Module can be, it should be string, it can be number. If it's even number, you treat it as string. And then dealer account. So I will have dealer account. There can be space, and that should be, that will be true or false. So the data type will be boolean. Let me take away this one so that when we are to declare a variable inside a event, we can use those one. So or maybe we can begin with v, something like this. Any convention you prefer to use, that is it. Let me see something. If the private will allow us to use this here. Okay, so it's accessible in the event. Just wondering what the private means. So we've gotten dealer, then we need price. So price as, we're going to use decimal, and then trade in. So we have private trade in as decimal also. How do I spell decimal? So we have this, and what is next? Exterior. So you have private, exterior, extra. So we have private, exterior, extra. Let's make that int. So we're going to make that int, and let's set it to 0. So what will happen is, if the user click this, we set it to 1, or maybe let's set it to negative. It's negative 1. So when the user clicks here, we set it to 0. When he clicks here, we set it to 1. Here will be 2. Here will be 3. So that's it. Then we can use the content of that in our code. So then we'll have a tie, radio, GPS, and then floor mat. So we have a private tie as string, now let's make it boolean, because if you take this, it's either it's checked or it's not checked. So it's true or false. So as boolean, we are making it's not checked by default. And then we will have a private for radio. Let's add the check rate. So we'll have check radio as boolean. It's not checked by default. It's not checked. False. Okay. So false. Where is check radio? Okay, so it's conflicting with this one we created. It's conflicting with this. So what we can do is, let's go back to the underscore. So have this. We'll have this. We'll have this. Then we'll have this. So, and then the last but two, we'll have GPS. That one too will be boolean. Then we are setting it to false. And the last one is floor mat as boolean. We are setting it to false. So it's 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's cool. So let's have an enumerator to hold these ones. Like we are going to create, it's a class, but it's not a class for this. So that will just hold this 1, 2, 3, 4. So what is our form? And then under UI, should it be under UI? No, it should be under module. This is where I'm creating my classes, and I'm going to have enumerator for I'll have enumerator for exterior extra. It's not a class, it will be enumerator. So the first one we have none. I said none will be set to 0. And then we have paint or touch up. So let me say paint will be set to 1. When the user click paint, you will set it to 1. When the user click undercoat, so you will have undercoat will be set to 2. And then both will be set to 3. Both to 3. So that's it. And since it's in order 0, 1, 2, 3, I think you can even do away with this. Internally, the compiler will know this has to be 1, this has to be 2, this has to be 3. But you have to give the first one first. That is where it will know. It will know definitely this is 0. Let's see something inside here. Message vector show exterior extra. So this should give us 0. What the fuck? What did he say? What does check radio done? We've changed the name. What again? Hey. This nonsense must stop. So if I take away this, what do I still see? Okay, it's giving me the num. Okay, it's bringing the word none. No, I don't want it that way. So here should be 0. And then let's see the code again. So I don't want the string. This option, what? The try pass. pass it. Option explicit disallow implicit conversion from. I always said I'm converting to string. Your try pass. Wow. Okay, let's see. Let's do our naming. When we get to the usage, we know how to go around it. So this is 2, this is 0, 1, 2, and this is 3. So we've gotten that. What is this guy saying? What has checked that? So let's add HD radio. Let's make it HD. Hope this should be fine. Okay, I don't know where it's conflicting, but after changing it's working, so we can move on. Okay, so let's see what we have to do. This one definitely we will have them a lot in it, and then validating the number. Okay, so let's now get the let's do the assignment. So if the user clicks the compute, you want to check and see if the lot number is not empty, if there is something there, if there is something in the year, if there is something in the all those controls that cannot be empty. There has to be something here, something here, something here, something here, and something here before anything here can start working. So, and as usual, you start this. So if the lot, if let me see, string dot is now dot test, okay, it's supposed to be test lot number. So if it's this, you can't do the calculation, or string dot is empty or null. If it's test manufacture year dot test, the same way you can't do any calculation, or dot is this, then you'll have model, I think. think it's test module. No. Vehicle module or test, and then or string dot is now text price dot test or string dot. Then we have this. Then we have a test something in trade in. So trading dot test. So so that's it. Have this. Have this. Have this. So we need to check all this. Have this, we will have this, we will have this, we will have this. So we are checking all this. None should be empty. So let's say this. Okay. Let's say this. So this one you are checking if they are empty. If this is empty, are you checking if you are checking this is empty? So if any of this is empty, then you can tell the user to enter something. Let's say show let's see. Yeah, so if this is there, it will still tell you, because there has to be something here. There has to be something here. It has to be something here. It has to be something here. Okay. All the places are filled. So then you say else. Everything is fine. So to tell you to enter something, you enter. It will keep telling you there's something wrong until all the areas that required user input, everything is fine. Finally. So, but the challenge is, it's not telling you where you should go and make the entry. It's just telling you something is wrong. So let's be more specific. Let's be more specific. Let me do this first. All these ones are true or false. It's returning true or false. All these ones are returning true or false. So what I'm going to do is, I don't want to be using these long things over and over. So what I will do is, I'll put this one in a true or false variable. So I'll say them. That one is lot number. So lot number as boolean, which is equal to this. Then I'll have the second one, dim manufacturing years, which is equal to this. Then I'll have the third one. That will be dim price as blue, which is equal to this. And then I will have the last one is trade in. So we'll have trade in as blue, which is equal to copy this, which is equal to this. So this is what I've done. So instead of all this, here I can say if this is true, if this or my or pr or ti. So I don't need all this. So my check is this straight away. So can have something like this. You should still give it the same effect. If I click here, she tells me enter something, the same, enter something, enter something, enter something, enter something, enter something. So that's it. Now, what we actually want to do is we want to check them one by one. So if this is it, then we can confidently say lot number cannot be empty. Lot number cannot be empty. So if my, then we can say this time not lot number but manufacturer year cannot be empty, else if so if it's PR, then we can say price cannot be empty. And we can say price cannot be empty. So else if TI, then we can say trade in cannot be empty. No, trade in will be here. I'm not sure if trade in is a must. So then we say else everything is fine. So it's now the error handling is now broken down into the individual control. It's not like generic enter something. Now it will tell you specifically lot number cannot be empty. So you have to enter something there. Okay, manufacturer year cannot be empty. You have to enter something there. And then a price cannot be empty. So this one makes sense. Previously it was just telling you trade in, everything is fine. We do not check for price. This is vehicle model. Damn it. So I have to check. So this is vehicle model, and then this is test price test. So somewhere here, if it's PR, you say price. So there has to be, after manufacturer, there has to be else if VM. This is not virtual machine, vehicle model. So we have a vehicle model for this. if I type lot number cannot be empty, manufacturer number cannot be empty, vehicle model cannot be empty, price cannot be empty, trade-in cannot be empty, everything is fine. So now specifically it's telling you. Now what you can do next is, after telling you, it should move the cursor to that place so that you don't have to, like for example, this I'm here, it's telling you manufacturer should be empty, but the cursor is here. The cursor should come here automatically. So then we can say test lot dot select, I think select something like that. So then here should be test manufacturer dot select. So here will be test. Third one is vehicle module dot select. Then you have price dot select. Then finally we'll have a trade-in dot select. I'm not sure of the trade-in. I'll go and check. That cannot be something a must. You have to enter. So it's starting from here. When you go to compute, it's telling you lot number cannot be. You have to enter something. And a manufacturer the same way. Now you see the cursor is there automatically, so you have to enter a year. Now vehicle model cannot be, so it's there already. Price cannot be, so it's at the price automatically. And then this, so let's see the rules. Lot number cannot be blank. This cannot be blank. Module cannot be blank. Okay, so the trading is out. By default, the trading should be 0. That is greater than 0. So if no trading, then it's 0. So that can be, yeah, it can be black. But what we can do is, right when the form starts, test trade in the test, you can make it 0. Yeah, so you can make it 0. Yeah, to make it look like a number, let's do it this way. So it's true it can be 0, but that message will never come because there's always something there. Okay, everything is fine, but the user can change the 0 to something else. So that's it for this one. We've checked it. This can be blank. Let's use the master's words. That cannot be blank. This is okay. Okay, I can even do this. Cannot be blank. So I would say it makes sense. What I wanted to do is, this part is the same as this part, is the same as this part, is the same as this, is the same as this. What is changing is the control name. So that is what I wanted to factorize, the common ones, but I think it's okay. We can leave how is comment. So we can leave this one there. So we've checked that validation article to unfold complete the following days. This cannot be blank, we've done. This cannot, we've done. Vehicle module cannot be blank, we are done with this also. The price text box must contain a numeric value that is greater than 0. Okay, that's very important. So the price, the PR, might be this. So how do you check if it's PR? Okay, so let's see if you can add it here. Else if let me see. MTLN, call this MTMY, and I'll call this MTVM. I'm going to call this MTPR. I'm going to call this MTTI, MTMY. So now we need another one. Then we have its number as which is equal to, I'll have its number of just try.test. It's numeric. Okay, so the function is numeric. Okay, so it's numeric price. So it's Then you have no, this one should be its number. Its number, price. No, it's numeric. So it's numeric trading as bull, which is called this numeric test. So now then we can check that one too here. So if else if is numeric price so let me see. Price, this is the price, and you see, so we have empty. Well, let me just leave it there. So and I have else if is numeric trading. So if it's true, this will be false. If this is true, then this will be false because I'm negating it. So if it's false, then we'll have this one here. Then I'll say trade in trade in must be numeric and greater than 0. So I think that's it. I'm thinking of a way to PR. So if it's this, that's fine. Let me say I'm putting everything there straight away. Price must be numeric and greater than 0. So let's say if I type -34, trading must be numeric and greater than. So I say 44. Everything is fine. No, it's not fine. Let's see. Okay. There's logical error. This check it must be number, but it doesn't check it must be negative. So it should not be negative. So this is what I don't want to do, to write a text box here direct, but if it's greater than 0, if it's less than equal to 0, so this is the value of this. So then you can see else if the value of trade in the test is less than or equal to 0, then you would also tell the same person the same thing. You can say trading must be number this must be a positive number, because that one can be 0. So we don't need this. For the price cannot be 0. No freebies. So starting here, lot must be number. So you put something here. This cannot be empty. This cannot be empty. Price cannot be empty and must be numeric. Price must be number and greater than 0. So everything is fine. If I put this one too, everything is fine. If I put negative here, trading must be this. If I put 0, everything is fine. We are good to go now. So now if everything is fine, now we are going to do calculation or do assignment. Remember, we declare this variable. So if everything is okay, we are not coming to capture the variable. So you will need, the first one is the lot number. So if every check is okay, then we have test lot number dot test, which is going into lot number, which is test lot number dot test. The second one is year, so manufacturing year, which is equal to the value of test, manufacturing year dot test. We made this manufacturing year trouble. Manufacturing year is integer. This one returns double. So let's see it. Try pass or pass. This boolean thing is causing trouble. Let me leave it this way. Now the next one is model. module based test, vehicle module test. Then we have after the module we have a dealer account. It's got to check. Here is dealer account. Check. And the next one is bring them here. So I'll have price. So I'll have price is this rider test, and that's the picture will come. So I think for price we can use the val. Price is double. They make it double so that I don't have to do any conversion again. So for the price we have trading. That can also be that exterior, which is got so this conversion will be done behind the button. If you click this, then this is 0. Click this, then this is next. So if you click this, then I have this exterior paint. Paint touch up. Then if you click this, this will be undercover, and if you click this, this will be both. So we've gotten that variable too. Then we are done with this. Let's check. So check tab, which is check check state. Okay, so then we have GPS checked. We are checking if it's checked. Checked. So that's it. Now, if all these things we've checked is correct, Then I will do the assignment. So from here, assign controls to variables. So let's see here. Now so now all the checks, then you can do calculations. So I'm done with this one also. Now the complete button. Maybe check this. Done this. I've not done this yet, but we can do it. The if should be fine. The if should be fine. So just to satisfy the question, we can do this. The whole of the if can be in try. So just in case anything happens we don't know, then aside what we have done, so we say show this, that's all. Discount. Okay, discount is 20%. So let's check discount. Discount, it will take the price. To return this, return $20/100 0 times price. That's all. Discount is this. And this one. Good. Get discount. So this is discount. Alternatively, here you can check whether the user qualify or not. Okay, let's make it that way. So it's blue. So let's go to false. Something like this option. So if the user qualifies, okay, or let me just take away this and handle every sheet here. So now this is it. So if this is true, then you return this. S return 0. That's all. If you don't qualify, your discount is 0, and if you qualify your distance, there's a calculation. Okay. We don't want to do the calculation if the user doesn't qualify, so this should come here. Error. Okay, that's fine. So it will only do this calculation if the user qualifies, else it won't do that calculation. So we've gotten the discount. Price for a vehicle is negotiated and entered into the So let's get a function for trading. We have trading, which can be 0 or whatever the user negotiated. So do we even need a function for that? Yeah, who knows, maybe someday we can do calculation. So as double like this. If the value, if it's greater than 0, return the value, else return 0. That means the person doesn't have this. So we've gotten that. Where are we? So this is the extras. $300 and this. Okay. You can have a numerator for this. But I think numerators are only integers. So what do we do? So let me have this. I'll have another one, another function for let me see. So I'll say function, the fn to indicate is a function, so I'll have a stereo cost. Let me say stereo cost. So depending on the user option, the value you want to return is double, so return 1 for return 0 for now as we do calculation. So what the user is entering will be an integer. So I'm calling it user selection as integer. So I can play with this. So I think I can do select case, user selection, then case, and in what was it? The none, return 0, case, in exterior dot paint, paint top up, return 250, then have case, and exterior dot put return, and the code is 300, and have case, and exterior dot both return 550. So we've gotten a function for, you don't need this. You don't need this. You can just make it user selection. That's it, selection. So we've gotten this. What is this saying? It doesn't return a value. What about all these plenty returns I've done? Idiot. So return as doubles. So if is this, you set this is equal to 0. If is this, you set this is equal to this, set this is equal to this, and set this is equal to this. So you can return value. So what? So I'm gonna call it so that's it. Function so what? So now this one too. But here the user can have multiple selection. So user can have multiple selections. So of course there are so many ways. We can put them in an array, we can put them in individual variables. So I'm calling it function. What is that one supposed to? Accessory. Accessory cost should return double, so return 0. Then as double is equal to 0, so return accessory cost. So in between here is where we want to do the logic. So I'm going to have this, and you are done cooking your head. Yes, it's not my chair. Welcome. Your hair is cooked now. That's fine. I'm not. Where is my phone? I think it's in my bag. Ever finish this assignment? Okay. Then buy me some. Okay. So we have to do this. The user can have multiple selection, and we've already checked the status of those. Is that it? Let's see the assignments we did. Trade in. This girl has come to confuse me. Don't forgetting what I'm doing. My powerful. New floor. Okay, you can check here. Check here. Check here. Check here. Okay, so what I will do is of course I can use so many if here. If this is true, then this is this. If this and this are true, then is this. If this and this are true, then is this plus this plus this. That will work. But let me do this shortcut. So when it's check, then I'll check for this one is I think 300. No. So you guys need to know if it's checked. Okay, I'm not going to test and see whether it's checked or not. What I will do is I'll make this one double and I'll set it to 0. I'll make this one to double and I'll set it to 0. The GPS the same way, double, and I'll set it to 0. Floor the same way, double, and I'll set it to 0. So what I will do here is straight away The new tax is new tire is 450. So here I will assign this to 450. That's all. Okay. When the user click here, high definition is one. Is this? HD radio will be this. So when the user click here, GPS. So GPS is 700. With a laptop. So when the user clicks new floor is 55. Go down the street. So that's all. So right down here I will merci beaucoup. I'm watching. Oh, you don't want to watch. So yes. Oh, you don't want to be in it. I will not ask you a question. So straight away, this will be check type plus check what is that variable? HD radio. I'm gonna rename this type. So these assignments are not necessary again. So it will be type plus AD radio plus. The next one is definitely there is floor something, and then plus GPS. Yes, plus GPS. So that's it. This should be fine. Should be fine. So what are we to do next? To subtotal that one is easy. So I have this function subtotal as double and then return 0 for the meantime. So we have this count somewhere here. price. Disqualified. Yes. That's good. So 10. And that is price. Price minus function discount also takes price and then is qualified. So plus let me see this price plus function exterior cost. Exterior cost plus function accessory cost. Exterior cost takes user selection. Take integers, so you can put this one here. So this is the subtotal. And then sales tax. Regular customer must pay a state sales tax on their purchase. Tax rate is 5%. Is the subtotal. Full safety purchase vehicle to not pay tax. So now you have tax. Tax return as double. Let's see, for now return 0. So it's 5%. So 5% of the subtotal. So this is it. This is the subtotal. That means I made these ones. So that I can calculate 5% of this. Don't need this. I don't need this. Then let's double. So this is subtotal. So taxes. Subtotal times So this is subtotal. I've gotten to subtotal, so I'll finish right now. Now the total. Subtotal plus the sales total due. This is subtotal plus tax plus subtotal plus tax. So total due so I'll need this again. I need the same parameters here, then this tax. So I'll say tax is this. This, and then subtotals. I'll say them total is equal to 0. It's not 0. It takes the same parameters as this. So in that case, I can just take this, put it here, and then make here subtotal. So the total due is so then I have total due is tax plus subtotal. So you return total due. So that's total due less trade-off. Where is trade-off? Trade-in. Is it that? So this should not take trade-in. As double, so less trade-in. So total due function trade-in, and I have trade-in value. So is this plus this minus trade-in value, then you return the trade-in. So I declare constants to hold these. Okay, that's not a big deal. So if I come here and say try this, rate as double. Why should we use constant for trading? For discount, fine. Sales tax rate, okay. Okay. Makes sense. It's not a trading, it's a discount. So discount is 0.05. Discount is 0.2. And then private cons rate, tax rate as double, which is equal to 0.05. So discount discount. Then we should use constants for this, but I use enumerators. So that should be fine. Where is the tax? So this one should comes tax rate. So that's it. Sales tax rate, cost of exteriors. These ones I didn't use constants, I use enumerators, and that should achieve the same thing. So okay, what I've done so far is to get all the functions ready. So right here, part 2, then we do all these calculations. So we now have all the functions ready. We can move to the compute button and start the calculation. So so now this is where we have to do all the calculations. So are you ready? Or you want to finish your conversation? How hairy are you? How hairy are you? When you're here. Okay. Then let me just finish. So let's trash this quickly. Data is entered, blah blah, but this includes entering the lot number, year, vehicle, what, enter the price, and entering the trading value. Next application, user select among the ST. Next application, only one exterior can be selected, yes, but the user can select this. We've done all this. So the compute the whole discount, even the discount rate, the whole discount is checked, yes. Otherwise, the discount is 0. The discount applies to the price, but the extras are charged by the fulfillment. So, what is the whole? This is the discount. So, once everything is set, you can say test discount or test score to function discounted. What's the price? This is the price. Is a person qualified? That depends on the state of the account. Check this account. So let's see, we've done some assignments. Dealer account. So dealer account. So you are done with a discount. Let's see, this is the lot number. We have this, we have this. The person is this, so the person should get it again. That's all. So all this, so price is this. What is left? To understand this. Okay, so we have to force the application to crash. Let's take it out of the try cache so that it can crash. Maybe say quickly manufacturing, yeah, okay. Okay, then I have to check the manufacturing year also. So else if so else if is manufacturing year, then we have must be a number. So not just okay, that's fine. So then we can push it back to the try catch. So this is the lot number. That is 2019. Model is something else. Then the person gets this. If it's this, 55. Discount. Wow, discount is wrong. Okay. So we have function discount. It takes price and then dealer account. Go to string. This should be number, and then we have the discount. You see 100, the discount 20%. Okay, that's fine. So let me put this here so that to 2 decimal places. Now the extra. So that is so let's have a function for extra. Return 0. So the first one is this one. So we are returning this plus the exterior exterior costs. Accessory cost and then exterior cost. This takes in user selection. In the user selection, exterior. Yeah. So to get the exterior, see here the text, go to function, extra. We should have the sign of function extra. Extra cost. So this will also have to 2 decimal places. So this has to be number. I have this manufacturing this should be a number. Like this, we have this discount. Extra is 0. Okay, I've chosen this. Extra is this. I've chosen this. I've chosen this. Chosen this. Chosen this. Chosen this. Chosen this. None. This. Well, something isn't right. So if it's checked, yes. Let's go to there. So here we do the same. If check will be checked. Else we should report 0. And then if floor get checked, then we set this, else we set it to 0. Then finally 1, 2, 3. Now the tab, radio, GPS, and then floor. 1, 2, GPS here. If check GPS checked. Set this. Else this should report 0. Try to clear the content when you take off the checkbox. So I have this. If I add this, if I take away this, good. If I add this, if I take this, that one is off. Okay, so subtotal. We now have subtotal. Let me create a function here and call it compute. User selection. What is this user selection? Jesus selection is supposed to. And the exterior costs. Can check if the figures are correct. Putting something here. Putting something here. Let's say 100. Discount is 20%. Discount, that is 20%. So, right? That is correct. So, it's a 55. Is that correct?
They're giving you a discount of 0.2 on 55.
On 55, yeah. Here's my calculator. That is 0.2 times 55. Oh, yeah. Bring pen and paper. Take note of this. Write this one down.
Which one?
They are true. This part is there.
Should I write it? Should I just... snap it.
Or you can take a shot. Because I don't have a phone to take.
Where is the...
So, if the person let's say 1,000. So let's say 1,000. The discount is supposed to be 200. So let's say I can choose one of these.
Yeah, I can.
Yes. So let's say if I choose paint, that's 250, right? So if I choose paint here, we should add 250 to the side. And will that get 1050?
Is it adding more?
Yeah, like you are buying a car, but you want some additional features. So if the car costs,
And it's
this is 1,000, and you want this feature, that feature alone costs 250. So it's supposed to be added to this.
For you to get 250.
Yeah, so this is 1,000, this is 250, so that should be 1,250. By the user, it's, yeah, 1,250 if it's not a dealer. So okay, so if the person chooses this, we should give 1,300. And the person wants this, he wants this. That's the both. So
1,350 plus 1,250. No, that's it.
this one is correct.
No, it is not.
I want this. Check the price of this.
Which one? The paint.
The paint.
250.
Then plus the undercoat.
And the coat is 300.
That's 550, right? So 1,000 plus 550. That if you choose both.
But
That's
so
correct.
if you choose both, the 1,000 would only go for one.
No, like it's costing 1,000, but the person wants this paint and he wants this one also. So he's paying for both.
I thought each one would have this 1,000 cedis.
It's just buying one car, and the car is this, and the person wants this painting in addition to the car. So he pay, and he wants this and the coat also. In addition, it's like, let's say these ones are accessories.
Oh, okay.
So he wants both. So I think that's it. Now here, check this one too. If the person wants this additional feature, that should come with its cost also.
Which one?
Now the person is, so the person is now taking this, the paint, taking this, and then taking this also.
This one is 240. 250, 450. 450.
450. So in addition to this, so this is this.
So 19.
Are we supposed to get 2,000?
Yes, 2,000.
Okay. So if I add this, how much will I get?
This one costs us 199. So you get 2,190.20.
Okay, that's fine. So now if I add all
the
features, everything. It's in 2,945.
Yes.
Okay. And if the person gets a discount of 20%, That will be this, which is the 290, that's fine. If I take this one out, it should reduce. Okay, this is a big one. Okay, the one that can get 11. Okay, so that is it. Let me see it. Okay. Then we are left with 2. Just this and this. This and this, and that's all. Then we are done. So, what does it say? Discount check. Otherwise, compute the cost of extra. We've done this. Total sales, sub sales tax. Total due. Are we having tax? Okay, for tax we can calculate tax this way. So this to 2 decimal places. This is what you make it 2 decimal places. So tax. You understand this? That is a function, right? So it's telling you to pass price. So price. The second one, that's the person qualified. That's the user selection. Who's qualified? What do I get? How do you get this qualified? Okay, that's a dealer account. And then users exterior costs. String. I want to use in 2 decimal places. So N2. That should be for the tax. This one. Okay. You see the tax. The tax is that is 0.5. So that should be correct. Right. 0.5 is 0.05 times 333. That's 16. Hey, the person is not a dealer. Okay, 16.65. And if the person is a dealer, you get a discount of this. So that is the last one is total due. That is this. Plus this minus this. So I think I have it already. I've done the calculation already. So we have total due. That's the same price. Disqualified. That is dealer account. User selection. The user selection is the selection. Trading value. Of the trade. And that should also be in 2 decimal places. So this can be anything, this can be anything, this can be anything. If I give this is the total due. If I take this, so if I
So the name is for just the normal price of the car?
the name. Yeah, the person doesn't need anything from here.
No,
So
we
he
give
gets
a
the car.
discount.
The discount depends on whether the person buying, like he's buying to go and sell. So that makes him a dealer. That is why you get the 20%. The 20% has nothing to do with this part. This part, whichever one you take, you are paying it in full. If you need this and this, that is the both.
What if the dealer you need something from there?
From here, or you can add. Whichever one, you can add everything. It's just your price that will go high. No one will sympathize with you.
So if you're a dealer, you just take that 20%?
Yes, on the actual price of the car, not the extra things you want to add. And this is the actual price. So let's see, what is this? So I hope the answer is correct. That's all. No, so if he doesn't need this anymore, okay, it's affecting the price. If he doesn't need a car, if he doesn't need a GPS device, then this should go off.
So anytime he has to go and select, he has to come back and continue.
And compute again. Yeah. Or we can make it automatic. As soon as he clicks this,
then we come in.
then to recalculate it.
So if you don't want it, just tell it. If you don't have to go and come back and check.
Okay, so what we can do is, that is easy. You just have to copy this one. And then, so if it's checked, you set this to this, you calculate, else you set it to 0, and you calculate again. That's all. So you set this to 0, you calculate, you set it to 0, and then you calculate. Calculate here, you calculate here, you calculate here, and you calculate here. And that's the advantage of function. The function we're doing. If no functional, I will have copied the whole of this code.
Then place it.
Yeah, different this place. Should have been this way, and then this way. And then here we'll have in this, we'll have in this, we'll have in this, we'll have just like that. But if you take all out into a function, then you have it this way. So let's see. So this regular have this. Okay, so this is it. So if you check this, if you check this, if you check this, if you check this, if you take it out to recalculate.
This one is way better.
Yeah, this is better. So you can do the same thing here. Yeah, because interest is that one too. So in that case, here, after assigning, we'll do the computation again. That's all. After assigning, we do computation again. Assigning, we do computation. After assigning, we do computation. So, this is it. We have this. So if I have this, if I change, it's calculating. But this doesn't have any effect on your discount. So if I take this, okay. So discount should be 0. Okay. Let's give that same thing to this one also. If you click it, do the computation. Hey, this will be trouble. No. Because okay, let's try. Thought it will try. Manufacturer must be a number. So that will year. So if I take this one out, so
You wanted to choose your being. When you click it in the tools.
like if I check this, it's supposed to work also.
You check this and then.
Let's say if I take it off, we should lose this discount. If I bring it, then
You should have it.
okay. No, it shouldn't be here. It should be checked, not changed. It's checked. The same checkbox. Okay, so we can do this dealer account and do the computation. If it's not checked to the computation, let's see this. Now the problem is I'm expecting something. So I have this, I have a discount of 8,000. Still not working. It's okay. I'll check it later to see what is. It might take all our time. We've done this, so we can take care of this. Use the round. We've done this one, that the 2 decimal places. We've done all of this. Accumulate the grand total to the total 4, total this one. Account of the number of vehicles sold to. Okay. Accumulate the total due. So what they are saying is, this thing is boring. If first person comes to buy, you've given him, he pays for this. This is it. Assuming the person pay, record this somewhere. You get it?
Record the payment.
Yeah, the amount the person paid. Second person comes, pay this. Let's say this. You calculate that one too. So you can go back and know that this is the day. This is how much.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sales have done. So just have to use some small thing here to count. So what
On
I
the
can,
same page for it should be for the manager.
I think for now here, this is the pillar, like
access to it.
this is the pillar, like the one in front, selling the car. So, but if you have to be the manager, there is a way you can take it out from here and send it somewhere. But there's private. Let me see. Total car sale. I can make it. Yes. Integer. PHP, you don't indicate whether it's integer or not. You remember that? PHP doesn't. If you are declaring variable, you don't indicate.
Kind of.
Yeah, whether you are going to put integer in it, or you're going to put money in it, or you're going to put date in it. You just have to do your num. But for, let's say, this language, PHP, you are not stating this one too. Like the variable I'm declaring, I want to be able to use it only in this file, this page I've opened. Or I want to be able to use it in another file, and that's the scope. PHP were not stating that also. So private, that means you only be in this file. Then I'll say total sales as double. Integer means it's just 1, 2, 3. Double means there can be decimal part. So once no, that should come under here. Okay, so how do you know if compute? I say private is computed as which is equal to false. So once we compute, we set that one to true. So after computation, we say this compute is true. So if you are going to reset it, then you check if this computes, then total sales plus total sales. Total count plus one. This one doesn't know that. Plus go to 1. Okay, so we are counting 1. Then once we are done, we set this one to false. It's complete, just go to false. So that it doesn't. So let me see this way. This level, you set it to 2. You do this, you do this, you do, then you set it to false. So we can now calculation here. Just display the values. So we are just going to display concatenation total sales, which is total sales. Sales count. I have this. Okay, so let's see. This is what. Is wrong. Do you have internet? Go to this site, wordpress.org.
I don't know what's that.
wordpress.org. Don't have internet. Where is my baller? Control F. Control F. On in mine. Let's limit it to 4 characters. WordPress.org. Word. Yes. And then press PRESS .org. Yeah. There's .com and .org, so add .org. WordPress.org. Can we connect to the school? Okay, so let's check this. Let me see. It's now 5 points. Okay. Hey, your data is fast. Your net is fast. So extract it. It's not done yet. Like how Bootstrap we extract that one too. After sales 19 for where? Oh, it's locked. Open and folder. So, go back. So copy this to desktop. And name it care core or core care. Name it that. Core care. Just bring your messages. Number is this. So I have this. Sorry. Copy it into the root.
I should copy the whole.
Yes, the whole show into the root.
Which root?
Yeah, where we've been working. Yeah. A minute. Copy all these into one folder. Summarize all what you have here already.
So I should make a duplicate of them of what I have.
Cut everything. Create a folder inside. Just right here.
Okay.
And then so that it will be one. And then push everything in it. You know, this was exactly what came to my mind. That you are in the oven. when you said cooking, I said no. The inside is hot, eh?
Yeah.
There is this.
I selected and I was putting, but it wasn't good. Skip.
Or you open it in the folder. That's why it's. How did I get this thing? Let me see. This is what I was saying. This one. So if you want to check something, and then you push. So now the core. But don't copy the folder, copy the content.
Content in it.
Yes, open everything. And I'll copy everything. Yeah. So now you can see select all is here.
Yeah.
Anytime you want to select all. And calculations are going wrong.
They are going wrong.
I'm here now. These figures are correct, but adding it to what someone also paid. My math is not working. Sales. Okay, so every click, this is working. No, I don't want it that way. That's not how I want it. Except stubborn ones or like ambitious ones. Because you keep playing by size, you never grow. Sometimes you have to skip. Now go to localhost. You start the server. Start it. This is not ending the application. Close form. It is fine. So go to localhost. Port 8080. Okay, yours is not 8080.
It was conflicting with what we were doing. I had to check it.
Okay. So it's asking you of language. That's what you want. You don't want Chinese.
Maybe next year I'll start with Chinese first.
So let's go to or the Spanish. So scroll down here and you will see a next step. So now continue. Read everything. Don't skip anything. Read everything. And you can take a screenshot of it. So the key ones are the database name, the username, the password. Okay, so let's go. So put your own details there. Is it? There's a database, any name you want to use. Do CoreDB for database. And username, make it Cork, and then you can choose anything for password. That it will accept. No, DB. Cocker DB. DB for database. Yeah, and then username.
Oh, okay. Then I shouldn't make this.
So, calculate total 27. 27. What value is this guy adding?
So the host database was
You should, I think it should be local. You should be able to get this info from your web host in the call who doesn't get, yeah, just make it local. Local host rather, sorry, local host. Local host actually means on the same machine. That's what it means. So perfect, that's fine, leave it there. And remember these details. So, sales. This is working, but this is not working. They are saying it's too easy.
I use the same copy as the password as well.
The error established an identity. This means that the username and password information in the config file is incorrect, so we can contact the server in the config. They are not serious. Go and open the folder.
one?
Where you copied and pasted.
Here?
Let's go to the root. Search for config. Something configuration config. Okay. So put those details here. Rename this or create a duplicate so that we have the original there. And this one we don't want config or stamp. We want config. So this one. Put the details here. The database name that you use, the username you use, this side.
On the side.
And this is declaring variable, constants. So fill those ones. Okay, before you key a new one, you have to clear the form. So if everything is cleared, then it's a sign that a new data has been entered. So we're not going to do this here. We should do it inside the reset. So this is from here. If everything is on track. No, character set. No, leave that one.
Should we that one?
Yeah. That's not a prefix, so undo, just undo and see what was there. Yeah, so leave this one there. So the host is local, call care, yes, save it. Leave everything as it is. You save it. So this function. The file already exists. You need to reset any other configuration item in this file. Please delete it.
But we changed the name of
This file already exists. Yeah, it exists already. So why didn't you see it?
We haven't
do it clear this and bring it again. Do you understand?
Yeah, clear the new display.
Undo. And so leave that one. You can delete this one.
I should delete it.
Yeah, just delete.
Because
And then just delete here. Go copy come again. But this time, put in passwords here first. You get it?
I should put password here.
Go bring the core content again. Yes, so what do you say?
Yes, I'm not closing it. I'm not closing it.
That the file has the one. So I got paste again. And then when it's done, search for that config file and key in your database name before you go and start the localhost. We have test lot number test manufacturer year test price test and we have test discount, regular discount. Test total test test trading test trade in test discount. Wow, it's low end. Take mine.
I have a scanner. I use it for that's yours.
Mine is the one here. This one, you touch it small. It to make sure you don't touch it. Cry. It's very delicate. So this will clear everything. This has to be here. Clear everything, and then so if it's this, do calculation and then close it. Close it, don't. Then you can open it again. Get the new one.
I guess so.
Screw up on it. Use the old one. They are saved and then no, don't save it. It should be a really big problem.
Oh, how come then it can't
The new one came with it exactly, or you did a copy.
I did the copy.
And they were telling me it exists already.
I had opened the one here. We didn't take it.
Okay.
No, this one isn't. I should set a password.
Yeah, put a password here.
Which is?
Take care of this one, sir. Now, because we're going to put. So go and start the local host again. Yeah, let's run this again. Glue application and register and let's see. Local host.
I can't find the rest
Error establishing. Let me see. Okay, try again, let me see. Refresh. Okay, I'm coming in. Okay, so very good. This is it, right? Okay, so we are zooming. Something is this. So how is the WordPress itself?
The word what?
WordPress. Fresh from the unextracted one. Just like if you take Bootstrap, there are already designs in it, they've done buttons. Nah, this one is more advanced than the Bootstrap. This one, they've done a footer already. It's easy to do menu.
Everything is set.
Yeah, so you just plug, and then you get it. That's all. And if someone tells you to do a site and even say 1 month, it tells you like it's too long. So you can't go and start from that HTML. So sites like that, you can just use this framework. So this one is called a framework, like it's called content management framework. We call it CMS, content management systems, and this one is one of the frameworks. There is another one. This thing is this thing. Let me see this. What is inside this? It was open already. So the options, yes or no, or what was that I clicked. So this is the report. This is the one you have to make a copy. Call that copy. Let's WordPress. I'm not expecting it to say it exists already because I set the name. So let me see the screenshot you took, the first one. What was the message? Yes, where there were some database name and username and what. I wanted to rotate it so that below you should enter your database connection details. If you are not sure about it, contact your host. This one should exist already. You get it? That below you should enter your database connection details. That means it's not here you are creating them. You get it?
Oh, okay, you have to.
So you have to have them here before you come to this place. That if you can't find it, contact your host. So the host will have done this for you. So reset.
done with it.
So let's go to local host again. I'm not expecting anyone to story this time. Unexpected line 29. Okay, and we start something else. Actually, this is fun. Error. Establishing Elizabeth's connection. Same way. Let me see.
Okay, the name, we added DB to it.
What is that?
What's it?
I've closed it. Control open. Such an open. Desktop PHP, I think. I think this is massive. Trying to Let's see how it behaves without. That is this one.
The coffee and anyone.
This is where you got it. So red press config.
No, this is the coffee demo. Yeah, putting the duplicate for config here too.
Yes. Let me see this. Now, why did you put the password in place? You want to just close.
It's in the root.
This is the one there. Which directory is it? This is desktop.
Yeah, this is the
Okay, so now we need this. Desktop is in PHP and root.
yeah.
Here you open WordPress, that's
It's
why I'm
a-
getting confused. So this is so this is what I want to do. Okay. If I take this, let me see the message is telling me.
I will go to the
Setup configurations. Let me see setup. Setup. Admin, and then setup.
You're supposed to do setup.
After admin, there's a file called setup configuration. Let's go on. Setup config. Okay, look at these credentials. Okay. They use the sample actually. You get it?
So they will go and get it from.
They didn't have a copy. Previously it was named this way.
Yes.
So they normally bring you the file, then you create a copy and rename it this way. So they are using this name direct. So in that case, what are we supposed to do? We are supposed to put the database delete it directly inside this.
No.
You get it without making a copy of. But make a backup.
For this.
Yes, but do it here. So just go there and, no, just go to the file, the folder. Every file you have to work with, make a backup. To copy and then just paste. We didn't get the copy, so just copy and then just paste it there so that.
Wouldn't the name conflict?
No, it will add copy to the name. So you know you have a copy of. In case of anything, you can just delete it and start with the original. So working now.
You tried it.
Or this is the old one.
No, this is.
I have to continue with this. So let's go. So now enter those in the configuration file.
I need to look at here.
Yeah, you can just copy and paste. Okay. If you want copy paste, you want copy and paste. So press submit and start praying.
What's that?
It's always the repeat conflict. Let me see.
Why don't we do for good?
The root conflict. And here's the root conflict. Where is that file? It's here. Where did it find?
I can't find the sticker stuff.
Sit up too.
Password. The password was sticking up.
That's what I want to get. Where's the password? So it's literally the same as the password. The username. It's the same as the password. Why did they even allow us to?
To just. WP-conflict. That's really cool.
low classes. Welcome to this focusing survey. We need some information about something. We need to look for the Google. You know what we are going to do. We are going to use this information to create. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to create it.
We are going to create a file. If for any reason this automatic file creation writing was done well, all the file is showing every information. We also simply open this editor, put in my information and save it as. So this is what we're doing.
That means we shouldn't make the other one in this store. You said after filling it, save it as this.
And that was just what we were doing. No, we made a copy of it. So they are telling us. Let's see. It's a bit. That will be the magic bullet. Big delay to now come. Red press, what? It sounds like it will do it. Do you have pen drive?
No.
Okay, let me download it. So to be somehow fast.
You always charge every week.
Hope is lost. As the hope is lost, the way he's doing, I'm not sure that boy will come. Close it. How do you call it? Stop it and run again and let's see. Okay, so I can also go to WordPress and then download. Ah, 11 megabytes. I thought it was 1 megabyte when you were downloading. Yours is faster than mine. For that, the whole thing is what you are installing. That is the structure. So, or like the framework. So after installing the framework, you now have to search for sample sites or like templates to install on this framework. You get it? So you search for WordPress templates. I think that's not here. Just open another tab. So you just have to look at possible sites, how the design is, which one will be okay for you. Then you download that one. After installing the framework, then you install that template on it. Then you modify the template to look like how you want it. There is this site, I think it's free, I think just something, just free teams or something like that.
Was just called the WordPress template.
Yeah, that is what you want to, but there is some site that also provide it.
It's free.
Just free. WordPress templates. There are others are for sale, others are free, so you have to know where you are going. Now has stopped downloading.
Template free.
Yeah, but there's a specific site I want to see. Click on that. I envy your network. If you go to their main site where you download the framework, it's like not for profit organization. So people develop the sample sites and they put out the sample sites. You get it? So just go through and see which one let me see. Yes. Anyone you choose to, you can redesign it the way you want. So let's see this. The colors they use, you can change it. So sometimes if you go to the home, you'll see this guy can have. So they have a video of how the site looks like when you are done. So you can, let's see, add this just this is the site. You also have templates like that for free. So go to and see the one you like, then you download. I think going down, they are selling, but you can get a lot. You can get a lot. That is for free. A lot. Error, I know, error.
Yes, this will first help because they didn't help.
Okay, so see the live view. That's it here also. What do they say? No thanks. Down there. Yeah, so there is live view here. Where is it? This one. So this is how the site will look like when you are done. You see? And you didn't do any of this. Yours is to get the images and replace them. You get it? That is all you have to do. To know the right place to go. So like maybe here, you will change it to maybe like management or leaders or whatever, and their pictures will show. All this. So I think this is good. Download this. Download this. See how we were struggling with footer. So this one is there. You just have to go and then put in the details.
Okay, how do we get you?
Yeah, this is download. That was it. What? No. You don't have time for that. Please download the right. That is the better health.